Okay, we should be live. Hello, welcome. Hope everyone is having a good Friday. Let me know if you can hear me. I am very new to streaming. This is my first stream. Great. Okay. Audio is working. Today I'm just going to be working on this piece. I started this a while ago, and it's just kind of been sitting dormant in my files. So I thought it'd be a nice one to work on stream. It's kind of halfway finished. And because it's Friday, I think we're just going to have a fun, kind of casual stream. And just get into it. The fun thing, I think, about doing this Kingdom Hearts piece has been trying to figure out how to translate some of the kind of more cartoony styles, for instance, like Mickey Mouse's proportions, into something that's like a little bit more like dynamic, which has been an interesting challenge. And I always find those kind of challenge points in an art piece are the place I enjoy the most. The other problem about coming back to a piece is you kind of forget what you were doing the last time if you put it down for a while. So I have my references open in my other tab. And we're just going to do some, I think we're going to do some rendering of Sephiroth today. Just to start off with some nice rendering. I zoom back out. There we go. I love his pauldrons. Such a great character design. One thing I always kind of notice about when I'm drawing characters that aren't my own is you get like a real appreciation for what makes them work. It's a really fun thing to do. I highly recommend it. So just getting kind of blocking in like the general shapes, doesn't have to be too precise at this point. He has around these pauldron places little kind of inlays. There we go. That's fine. Just gonna fill it though. Very zoomed in. I always find ears are also just such an interesting shape. And also, if you draw enough, if you draw enough ears, you notice that they can be quite varied. In terms of anatomy, they're really interesting, I think. And again, just trying not to be too precise, but just get in some of those basic shapes. I think it can be really tempting when you're painting to get lost in details, and I'm very guilty of that. I kind of love rendering small details, but I think it's really important to be able to kind of step back and make sure like the whole thing is kind of coherent. A lot of the artists I kind of really admire are able to strike that balance in such a nice way. Yeah, I kind of want a little bit more brown. Just get a little bit more color variation. There we go. The last time I worked on this, I think I really used kind of too much opacity and flow. And I watched this great video by Christopher Young, another just incredibly talented artist, who really recommended kind of lowering opacity and flow and kind of just slowly building up like color. One, because I think it gives you more control. Two, the other nice thing about it is I think it adds a lot of texture. I think often artists kind of think kind of texture comes from brushes, and they'll ask what brushes you use. And some texture does come from brushes, like I have a great brush set by Greg Rakowski. But I think it's really important to remember that for a lot of artists, in terms of digital art, traditional art is a bit different. You can build up a lot of texture through technique, and changing your technique or changing your workflow can be incredibly useful. found in my art journey, a lot of the time, the answers are not in the places you expect. So one example of that is obviously that thing I said about kind of brushes and workflow. But I think another good example is how should I say this? It's looking good. Always important to zoom out and check how everything is looking in relationship to each other. I think another good example is the idea that a lot of one thing the better way to say this is for me personally, I was always very, very, very focused on improving my technical ability. So getting better at rendering forms, or getting better at anatomy, or getting better at composition or character design, etc., etc. And I found that what has improved my art the most is is kind of like my emotional capacity. So changing my relationship with failure, or changing my relationship with learning. I think it's very tempting to see like learning anatomy or learning form, what we call like the art fundamentals, as a chore, something that's like rigorous and hard and boring. But of course it doesn't have to be, of course. And that's kind of been something I've been figuring out over the past couple of years. I was actually in a bookshop earlier, going through the art section, which I always do in a bookstore. I can get lost in there for like at least an hour, if I'm not careful. But I was looking at this like gorgeous large coffee table book of Cézanne, and just noticing the way something looked purple from a distance, but then you would look closer and it was actually just a mixture of like all of these different dots of colors. That's something I've been really thinking about today, and that idea of kind of getting kind of more color variation into this piece. I think it's really fun to try to like push myself in some way with everything I do. I really enjoy that, and not challenge for challenge's sake, but just enjoying the process of growing, learning more about the world, and doing that through art. I just find really delightful and really exciting. So let me rotate that. A lot of the details could kind of change, but then you will find that some details are really important. So I think for Sephiroth, he's obviously facing away in this composition, and so one of the only things that we see of him is his ear and his hands. Those are the only kind of human elements. So I do think it's important to get that anatomy right. If it's one of only 3 places where we see like exposed skin. Kind of looking at some references at the moment, looking at kind of like the shape of ears. And again, which brings me back to that idea of things are not always in the places you expect them. And I was speaking about that process of trying to get better at art and trying to do that through fundamentals, which again I do think is important, but it's not the only way, right? And another thing I found is developing my capacity to see, which sounds really strange, has actually been very, very helpful. So being able to see more complex shapes, being able to see more complex colors, more color variation, being able to identify those things, being able to see edges, that's really helpful. There's actually a great graph, I can't remember who did it, but that your ability to kind of perceive things in reality precedes your improvement at art. It's a really interesting graph because it showed the points of frustration where your kind of technical ability plateaus. Very, very interesting. Highly recommend looking at it if you get the chance. Because I think it's an interesting way to understand more about the self, which is one of the many joys of art. Just kind of building up these reds. So I'm noticing now the kind of rough shape I blocked in is a little wide. I talked about perception earlier. Sometimes we have these kind of stereotypes of what things look like in our mind. The sky is blue, grass is green. These kind of conceptual ideas of what things are. And sometimes that can get in the way of actually being able to see things honestly. For instance, oftentimes when you're painting a landscape, say like a grassy field, you're actually going to use a lot of grays in your greens. Especially towards the horizon line, as the colors start to fade and get less dominant. So yeah, just really important. And so it can be tempting to think of an ear as like that kind of oval shape. But if you're kind of paying attention and looking at the anatomy, you can kind of see there are kind of some hard lines of straight lines. There's some curves, a lot of interesting variation. Okay. think this is a little bit wider. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. Just slowly building up some of these dark shapes, setting the flow and opacity really nice and low so we have control over those gradients, but it creates that nice kind of texture as well. Very kind of conscious. I'm trying to get some more interesting colors in here as well. There we go. How is everyone doing today? I hope everyone is well. Having a good Friday. It's Friday the 13th, very, very spooky. Yeah, it's a little bit too dark. One thing I think, if you're trying to go for a painterly style, which seems a little counterintuitive, is to try when possible, and it is hard, so don't get me wrong, it is hard, to use the undo button less, to solve more things through painting over things, because that's how you get that kind of very interesting kind of variation. I'm liking that kind of shoulder pauldron, the kind of colors that are coming out now. 13th is the best kind of Friday. It's Saturday over here and I'm eepy. I'm very lucky to have two of my closest people in chat. I hope you're able to rest and have like a nice relaxing weekend, Ida. Ida, of course, one of my favorite artists, and incredible in her own right. I love Sephiroth's design. Every time I look at him, it makes me smile. What a good villain. I'm such a sucker for a villain. Such a sucker for a villain. That's true, that's very true. There we go. So when I'm rendering these pauldrons, one thing I'm thinking about is just the which is very basic, but it often is in art. Is I'm just thinking about like go into another layer, just thinking about the direction of light. So light's coming up this way from the sun. It's kind of creating shadows around here. I think it's very easy to overcomplicate art. Ooh, I'm very guilty of that. But sometimes the solutions are very basic, of just kind of like paying attention to those fundamental things. Let's get my smudge tool in. Yeah. There we go. Oh, I hope Iron stuff's going well. I'm very excited to see me and Ida in a TTRPG game together. It's very cool. Lots of creative people. Always a pleasure to be in that game. Okay. I think Hardy Fowler, who's a great concept artist, kind of talks about the 80-20 rule when it comes to fantasy design, of kind of having something that's like 80% kind of realistic, and then something that's 20% fantastical. And one of the things I kind of like about doing art like this is just how fun you can get with that like 20%. So you can do all of like the realistic rendering, but on kind of very like fun and kind of silly characters. We are nerds. But you know, it's great to be a nerd. It is always good to be a nerd. And also, speak for yourself. How many Grogus do you have in your room? Alright, we're looking at his... I don't even know what you would call them. It's not really a... Would it be a gauntlet? But like the kind of the rings around his hand. You can see where last time I kind of just blocked this in very roughly. Which means today we will just make it unrough. Oh, wrong layer. Happens to the best of us. Anyone would need at least 15 Grogus. So true. So true. I'm just imagining like a dark, stormy night, lightning kind of cracking across the sky, rain kind of pattering against the window, and you look out into the vast darkness in the middle distance, and as lightning hits and there's a brief illumination of the street, you just see a Grogu in the distance. Grogu watching you, always watching. And he takes down his little hood, and he says, "I'm the 16th Grogu," and you're forced to let him in, you know, because that's just what you have to do. You have to Grogu it. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, here we go. I've talked about this to my friends. One thing I really like about painting versus like line art is just being able to be like really rough and slowly refine it. I'm so... It's not that I can't do cartoons, it's just it kind of takes so much focus out of me. And I'm ADHD, so I don't have a lot of focus. Don't have a lot of focus in me, I say, as I will inevitably paint for 4 hours. But you know, that's just how it is. Okay, what is going on with these hands? I also don't like how I've layered this. I see what I've done. You know what? We're just gonna make this all one layer. It's easier. Yeah, I see people do lots of layers, and I just forget. I forget, and I get annoyed, and it's just easier for me to kind of crunch stuff down. I tried to do layers on this project to kind of be able to like show my working a little bit, but I figure if I'm streaming, I can just crunch it all down. That's fine. Make the process fun for yourself, whatever that means. I just looked up a chat. His grippers. The 16th and all his cousins are welcome in this house. I love that. Yeah, you are team line art, but your line art is incredible. I love your line art. Your line art and Nettle's line art have always really inspired me, and it actually made me want to get better at it, and not be kind of complacent and being like, I'm bad and I'm going to be bad forever, which is very tempting. It's very tempting to lie over and be sorry for yourself. This is my year of change. This is my year of doing the things that I'm scared of, which is why I'm streaming and sharing my process. But I think it's people often, I find people often say like, oh, you know, this thing in art is hard, or this thing like, I don't know, one of the classic one is it's really hard to draw horses, or I hate doing backgrounds, or like I said, I kind of hate doing line art. I do wonder how much of that stuff is actually the thing itself is difficult versus mindset. Because I have found in the past when I've shifted my mindset for certain things in art, I've actually like ended up really enjoying them. Yeah, but I don't know. Everyone's different. And art is so varied. There's so many different types of artists, so who knows? It's easy to speak in generalities. Doesn't necessarily mean anything. Thank you. I love painting. Just trace the horse. The horse won't mind, I promise. That's true. I've never heard a horse complain about being traced, actually. Okay. Not sure I like that, but that's fine for now. We can always go back. Let's do this fun kind of coat. It's kind of funny how how much of a painting is kind of really done in like the first little bit. I guess it's kind of like a sketch. Like you kind of get all of so much personality in the sketch, and then the rendering is kind of like very slowly making tiny changes, but actually like all of the kind of character is kind of already there. That's why I like concept art, actually, because it's just like the essentials. 2026, you have the horse for a reason. Year of the horse. How true. How true. I also jump around a lot when I paint. I kind of get bored of doing one thing and I want to go do something else. But I always kind of come back. How's the stream quality, by the way? I was like frantically trying to figure out OBS before I got on, and I realized like, oh, my upload speed is so bad. So I hope it's okay. Okay, that's great. That's great. I was speaking a little bit about looking in the right places for improving your art. and how artists, I think, often look in the wrong places. I think another one of those is trying to decide if I like how that looks. I think I do. I think another one of those is it's just worrying too much. I always find when I'm like relaxed and in the zone, like the art just comes out better. And like the kind of pieces I spend ages and ages overthinking are kind of the pieces that kind of get overworked or whatever. Which again is just like a mindset thing, not actually anything to do with technique. Because I think when you're relaxed, not even necessarily like in like a flow state or anything, just like relaxed and enjoying it. I feel like you learn better. You're just like more aware. It's nice. I feel like it's easy to take it all too seriously. I was listening to some great music earlier. I love when you have a band and you realize like you haven't listened to their music in a while, and then you check back in with them and you realize like they've released like a couple of albums, and then you can just like binge through all of it at once. I had that recently with Creeper, where I realized actually sitting in the car with Ninka while we were driving to the airport, I realized like, oh, they have like a bunch of albums like I haven't even checked out. I was listening to some of those today and just like dancing in my room. Very, very, very fun. I've been in a good mood today. Been very positive. It's been nice. I'm trying not to hum all of the music though, because I am not a singer. My talents are. You guys don't want to hear me sing. Now, okay, what were we doing? Focus. We were rendering this cape, coat, skirt thing. I don't know what you'd call it. I like it though. It's such classic Final Fantasy design of like has a bunch of belts that are on. It's leather. The kind of the front of the shirt is exposed. The armor doesn't make a ton of sense. Oh, I fucking love Final Fantasy design. So fun. Yeah. I also always love an artist where I can tell immediately their design was inspired by Final Fantasy. It's got such a unique look, and I mean that in like such a positive way. His kilt, I like the idea of it being a kilt. Imagine Sephiroth with a Scottish accent. Someone should fan up that. I always build up like a million references when I do a piece like this, and then I'm like, where did I put it? But I just found it, which is good. Okay, speaking of belts, let's start adding those in. They don't come out too far. Actually, I know how I want to do this. Yeah, it's very useful, I think, to sometimes change up the way you approach a problem. And I think for some artists where sometimes frustration can come in is trying to use like the wrong workflow for them. It's not the best example, but sometimes you'll want to like sketch something in, but sometimes it's actually just much nicer to block it in with shapes. I find that sometimes, especially with hair, like instead of where can I do this where it's not gonna mess everything up? Instead of like sketching a whole like afro, which admittedly didn't take that long, but can be really time consuming and can sometimes look weird. I think sometimes what is nicer to do is to just block it in with shapes, and then you can like start kind of like cutting out as well. Obviously, like a rough example. I think that you can do some spirals or something. That can look really nice. And I've been trying to understand kind of different ways of approaching art. So I have as many tools in my tool belt to kind of solve problems, because I sometimes feel like I'm in the mood to like sketch something out. I sometimes feel like I'm in the mood to block something out in terms of shape. Yeah. So both can be nice, and you can kind of create some interesting I don't know, interesting designs that way. I think it's a really cool way to kind of concept out something. But yeah, just a small example of me using it here on these like small like belt buckles, and kind of the reason I did that primarily is to just try to get them kind of a little bit uniform, because if I'm using like the same size brush to draw out like the squares that are going to be each belt buckle, then I can also make sure they're consistent, and kind of small inconsistencies, even though it's just like a tiny belt buckle, but like if those build up, they can start to make your design look a little uncanny. And then you'll be like zoomed out and you'll be like, why does everything kind of look a little weird? Speaking of, I think this looks a little weird. So I think one of the problems is just a little too small, so I'm just going to make them a little wider. But knowing they're kind of roughly the same size, I don't have to worry. I can just do this kind of confidently. Just keep them all there. And we only just want to kind of roughly block in where they're going to be. Which will look nice when we zoom out and it's a silhouette. Because we want that idea of kind of movement. So obviously we have like the composition of the feathers moving, we have the hair being blown out, we have the water being blown out, and we have the stars being blown out as well. And we want, when there is like that directional movement in the environment, we want it to be consistent, because if the hair is blowing in one direction and the kind of feathers are blowing in another direction, even if we don't consciously understand it, our mind just goes, that looks uncanny. Because I think humans are kind of fundamentally pattern recognition machines. We're very good at recognizing patterns. Yeah, I think that both makes art really fun to enjoy, but also means like you have to be accurate in enough areas that it's believable. Obviously, you can stretch things for stylization, but even when you're doing something stylized, you wanna do it consciously. You don't want to do it because you don't understand don't understand kind of like principles of kind of physics or anatomy, etc., etc. Sephiroth was designed by Nomura. Nomura, you absolute insane man. I love you. Yeah, I have so much nostalgia for Kingdom Hearts. It was such an important game and world in my childhood, and so imaginative and inspiring and weird as well. Kingdom Hearts is a really weird world, and it's one of those it's one of those distinctly Japanese franchises that just on paper feels like it shouldn't work. Like, what do Final Fantasy and Disney have in common? And on paper, I feel like it's not much, but then you kind of look at the execution, and it's just so interesting. I think the other thing is, in the hands of someone who wasn't Nomura, I think Kingdom Hearts would easily have been a cash grab, of just like, we're both very successful franchises, let's make a crossover game, let's phone it in, let's get all of the money. Because I feel like you see that a lot now with collaborations, where they feel very cynical, or maybe cynical is a bit too harsh, but they feel like they came up with the collaboration first, and then the idea of what the collaboration was going to be second. I think I was on Steam the other day, and I saw I think I saw like Gundam being crossed over with some game. I can't even remember what the game was. I don't know if it was like a MOBA or what. Anyway, it just it felt very see-through. But I really like that Nomura's whole heart is on display in kind of every moment of Kingdom Hearts. It's I don't know, it's very endearing to me, inspiring as well. Yeah. Okay. So I kind of have these sources of light roughly blocked in. And I'm going to start now slowly refining some of those shapes down a little bit. I'm also surprised like Kingdom Hearts is still going. Disney are like classically so protective of their IP, and almost in like very Nintendo, so like ready to sue your ass if you use their like precious mouse wrong and stuff. And Kingdom Hearts just feels like such a strange, weird use of all of that stuff. But I love it. I just love that it exists, and I love that that they still let Square Enix do their thing. It's very cool to me. Every time I see a Shibuya landscape, I go, wow, Kingdom Hearts 4. Actually, true. I'm so excited for Kingdom Hearts 4. I have a friend who's very into Kingdom Hearts as well, and he's a lot less excited because of the kind of switch to realism. But like personally, I feel like we've had so much of like cartoony Sora and stuff. Like Change sounds cool. Yeah, I think it'd be really exciting. I'll be honest though, even as a Kingdom Hearts fan and as someone who's played all of the games, or all of them except the mobile game, that mobile game, I don't understand what the fuck is happening in the story. The story's insane. I kind of understand the rough gist. I think. I hope. I pray. Zell gets really irritated with me. Yeah, well, Zell's wrong. What can I say? I love Zell, but he can be wrong. When is it supposed to come out? That's a very good question, and I don't have the answer for you. I can look it up. Whenever they say it's going to come out, I feel like there's no way it's coming out that time. No, it's just been announced. In 2025, so 3 years after it was announced, Nomura said development was, quote, going according to schedule, end quote, which I don't know if that man knows what the schedule is. They famously took Final Fantasy 15 away from him because he'd spent like was it like 10 years on it? Something insane. Yeah, and had not built much game. That's something I kind of love and hate about some of the Japanese game developer auteurs. Kojima is very much like that as well, where it's like, I love that they're indulgent, but I also think it's a problem. It's like a two-sided sword, you know. Their greatest strength, also the greatest weakness. Nomura is not scheduled. Not all caps. Yup. And also he's doing the Final Fantasy remake, so he's got his time split between both of those things. I wonder if I want to bring this down a little bit. Do I? Trying to decide how it's rippling. It looks strange at the moment. I feel like everyone knows that phase where it like looks a little ugly, and then kind of suddenly it kind of comes together out of nowhere. Just part of being an artist. It feels awful the first time that happens, when you're kind of like a new artist and you're like, it looks so bad. You just have to go through it enough times and you get used to it. You're like, yep, this is just part of the process. Like life is just all part of the process. Yoshi P, who is the creative director for Final Fantasy XIV, was like, quote, I will try my best to make sure Nomura is on schedule for a raid collab. Nomura, bet he was late for like 4 months. That's our boy. That's our boy Nomura. What is that? wait, there we go. I forget what that is, but Photoshop can sometimes do that where it goes into that red mode. Even after like at least 15 plus years of using Photoshop, I still don't understand all of the assignment. Sometimes I'll just press a button and I'll discover something new. And I'm like, oh, I guess I've never pressed P before and I didn't know it did that. Yeah. Although now I've started using Leonardo and Clip Studio, which are really nice to work with. Really nice to work with. I highly recommend if you're starting art, do not start with Photoshop. I'm only here because it's what I know. And I will also never pay for an Adobe subscription. This is all pirated, baby. I think if you do use Photoshop, pirate it. They actually lost a lawsuit about their pricing in the UK a couple of years ago because their kind of pricing was so predatory. Actually, that's happened to a few companies recently. Say what you will about like the UK government. Actually, I don't even know if it's the government who does it. It might be our court system. In fact, now that I'm thinking about it, that kind of makes more sense. Although I guess the court system is also kind of tied up with the government, but I guess not the political branch. Okay, anyway. We are very good. We are very good at stopping companies from price gouging their customers. Yeah, the PlayStation Store was kind of found to be predatory, and anyone who has bought a game on the PlayStation Store in the UK in like the last 10 years is entitled to the money. So I actually need to remember to make sure I get paid for that. I think it was something like they priced everything up 30%. So I don't know if it's like you get 30% of the money you spend, or you just get a payout of the damages. I don't know how that stuff works. I'm not a lawyer, but money is nice. Yeah, I do need to do that. I really like rendering kind of shiny objects. It's one of the reasons I really like painting xenomorphs. I just think they're just a really interesting thing to kind of draw and paint. And I've done a lot of level work in the past, but I kind of decided, especially based on a lot of the references, that I wanted his coat to kind of be like matte leather, which does have a shine, but it's like not it's not glossy in the same way. It's a little challenging, so it's piquing my brain a little bit. It's an interesting problem to solve. I was saying earlier, those are my favorite parts about doing art, when you kind of hit a problem, you have to kind of think about it and kind of solve it. It's like when I feel like the most engaged, I think. And it's also when I lean back on like those fundamentals where I'm like, okay, don't overcomplicate it. Just look at the values. Look at the values. Look at the shapes. Also, I think it would be maybe nice to get a little texture in here, so I'm going to switch to... Yeah, I like that. Yeah. I forget what it's called, but I was doing that game where you have to figure out the colors the other day. That's so interesting to me. So interesting. It's interesting to see also, because I have so many artist friends and I follow so many artists, like what people, the people who like really excel at being able to just visualize color really well. A lot of the times it's people you would expect, but a couple of the times it's been people who I'm like, you don't even do like a lot of color pieces. Like I've seen like a few people who sketch a lot. So I was starting to think, which might just be extrapolating too much, but I was starting to think if being able to see value is also like really really helpful for that, because obviously if you're doing kind of like a grayscale monotone sketches, you're all value. You're not even thinking about color. You're just thinking about like what part is like lighter or darker or whatever. Yeah, I really like sketching. I've been doing a lot more sketching this year. Very fun. I need to get back to it actually. I kind of stopped for a while, and I think it's easy to forget just how nice it can be to sketch on paper. The kind of like tactility of it, because there's no doubt that that digital art is way more convenient. So it's obviously often like a lot cheaper because you're not buying art materials, you're not buying new sketchbooks, you're not buying new paints, pastels, whatever, and all of that stuff can really add up. I would know, do a lot of traditional stuff as well, but yeah, I feel like sometimes we can all be like our own worst enemies of doing like the easy or the convenient thing. Yeah, I'm not saying like one is better or worse than the other at all, just that it can be really fun, and we can sometimes what am I trying to say? We can sometimes miss out on things we enjoy because there's like that initial startup cost of it being inconvenient or hard. And I'm not preaching because I do it. I'm more just reflecting. Cool. Starting to see some change in that form. There we go. So yeah, right now I'm just kind of like blending all of this together, and refining some of these shapes, trying to get it a little bit more like the reference I am looking at. I think it's both for me. It's both easier and harder to to paint while I talk. I feel a little bit less locked in than I am when I paint on my own, but I also feel way more relaxed, which is an interesting combination because I feel like a little bit less technically proficient, but just just in terms of my focus, I feel like a lot more happy, a lot more focused than I am when I'm on my own. Yeah, I was talking to another of my favorite artists and friends, Zazie, the other day, and we were talking about kind of like the social aspects of art and stuff, and it's another thing I've realized recently is just like how much I really value community in art. For years I didn't have any friends who did art. I think it makes it a lot harder to do it on your own. Community is important. Hot take. Oh, that's the wrong brush. Oh, gradient maps. Yeah. I tried to make a gradient map the other month, and I went through all of this effort of like picking the colors and arranging them because I wanted to be able to go from grayscale to a color scheme that was really like one of my art inspirations, Piotr Jablowski. Hope I'm saying that right. But I did all of that, and then I found out that you kind of can't do that in Photoshop. So I was like, oh, fuck me, I guess. Yet another reason Adobe screws us over. But now I guess now I'm using I kind of use Clip Studio Paint on my my like smaller drawing tablet that I use in bed or kind of take on trips. I guess I could use gradient maps on those. Yeah, I would really like to. I think it would make my workflow a little bit easier in some ways. Oh, I really like this. There's a little like what color are we gonna pick? We need to pick a highlight color. I think because it's gonna be bright, we almost want to pick like something like that. There's like this little defined edge, which I think is so pretty. Edge design is interesting because I feel like sometimes you can just do it's happened to me before where you can do like a little highlight. It doesn't even have to be very big, but sometimes you just like zoom back and you're like, oh shit, that's made everything look that's kind of brought everything together. Yeah. God, art's so fun. Art is so fun. What a joy it is to create things. Yeah, this is a little bit of color theory, but obviously because I'm doing this highlight against such a kind of like dense dark color, the highlight can afford to be a lot darker, because if I did a highlight that was I don't know, really bright, really saturated, it can just run the gambit of looking a little bit unrealistic in the scene. You can get away with like a little bit of it in there. So look at maybe like just, you know, you can get away with it a little bit, which is nice for variation as well. But yeah, it's important to kind of understand how some of those things work in relationship to each other. I'm a little bit like a get on Clip Studio. I kind of am, and I kind of am not. The one thing I don't like about Clip Studio, which is like my only pet peeve, is that you have to have you have to have a subscription on tablet. I don't love that, because you can buy it and have a permanent license, which I love. I absolutely love that. You can't do that with Photoshop, and I think it's one of the most predatory things that Adobe does, because Adobe used to offer being able to like just permanently buy Photoshop. I think they stopped at Photoshop 6, and which is sometimes where you'll see some older artists who's just still use Photoshop 6. Because it's, you know, it does the job, right. You don't need all of the bells and whistles, but yeah, I love my favorite drawing program at the moment is Leonardo, which definitely still needs to be improved a little bit, and it's annoying because it's not out on Android tablets yet, which means I can't use it on my like little XP Pen Magic Drawing tablet. But I just love that program. It's so stripped down in a way that I just personally really enjoy. And it is a nice refreshing. Oh, it feels like a lemonade, like with ice in on like a hot summer's day, coming from Photoshop, which is so overly complicated. But yeah, I really like Leonardo. I actually emailed. It's one guy who created the whole thing, which is insane. I think he's been working on it for like 10 years. Is he a Swedish guy? Double check. But I found his email address, and I emailed him just to say thank you for making the program, and thank you for Leonardo is also an art program where you can just buy it and own it permanently, which honestly feels like the bar is too low. But nowadays, in the age of subscriptions, it is nice, and I feel like it's important to remind the creators of these things that it's nice, because they could always take it away, and some of them do. Actually, many of them do. Yeah. But yeah, Clip Studio is really nice. I did really enjoy my time using it recently when I was in the Netherlands. Nice program. And also not to be honest, like not big leap from Photoshop. They're pretty similar in terms of usability. It's just Clip Studio just has so many more options for artists. Photoshop really sold out artists, and started catering to kind of corporate clients, which is quite frustrating. I also don't know if it's the best business model for them in the long run, but that's another story. I used to use the Adobe Suite a lot because I worked in editing, like as in like video editing, video production for many years. Yeah, quite buggy programs. They could kind of they can crash a lot sometimes. I think Photoshop is kind of the exception for that. Photoshop has almost never crashed for me, but for video editing, Premiere Pro, a lot of that crashes. And when I was just like leaving that company, found a lot of people switching away from Premiere Pro to a free program called DaVinci. That's funny, DaVinci and Leonardo as the two places to switch to. Never thought about that. Very Renaissance. My trick is to buy an annual sub during summer sale, Black Friday sale, because you always get it on discount. That's actually so fucking smart. This is why everyone needs an eater in their life. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm the sucker. I'm the sucker who always misses the sale and then has to buy the fucking thing at full price. Oh my god. Okay. This almost goes a little bit like... It can sometimes be hard when you're working with quite dark colors to see those variations. But they're weirdly important. So obviously we have the kind of, whatever you want to call it, kind of flowing up, and then it's going to bunch around here, and that's going to create essentially like what do you call those? God, the word's just gone out of my folds. Create folds up here. Kind of folds down here as well. Forgets to cancel his discounted free subscription. Okay, I see I'm getting called out. Yeah, that happens to me. That happens to me a lot. I have to set reminders now when I sign up to something, like the day I sign up to it, to cancel it. Yeah. I am the person who gets who gets trapped by the free subscription. It's happened to me so many times, and I'll like sometimes like look at my account and be like, why did 20 pounds come out of my account? And it's something I signed up to like 2 months ago that I forgot the subscription was ending or something. Yep, very bad at that. Super important to be aware of your subscriptions, because they're so small, but like enough of them do add up, and you're like, why is so much money missing? And you're like, oh, it's because I'm paying for this. Got my Netflix, got my blah 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 blah. Yeah, it's weird as well because like the whole conceit of like the subscription was that you should hypothetically save money, right? Because if you like when Netflix was getting big, after it stopped being like a DVD service. The point was, okay, I don't have to pay for all of my like TV stuff because or I don't have to pay for all of these movies. I can just pay one subscription and all of my stuff is in the same place. But then all of your stuff isn't in the same place because everything is a subscription now, and some of your stuff is on HBO Max, and some of your stuff is on Dropout, and some of your stuff is on Netflix, and some of your stuff is on Amazon Prime, and you're like, fuck. And then you're paying for 10 subscriptions, and you're actually paying more than before when it was just all on TV or it's all DVDs. God damn, I miss owning things. Owning things is really nice. What's the meme? Like, you will own nothing and be happy about it. I feel protective of you, but like in an accountant way. Yeah. Yup. What's that meme? It's like, that's my lawyer, dog. I'm going to jail. And it's you being like an accountant and you being like, that's my client. He's got so many subscriptions. And he won't cancel and he keeps subscribing to more. Sometimes you just see a Patreon and you're like, I want to support this artist. And then you forget about them for 6 months. Okay, it happens. It happens. At least it happens to me. One of the most embarrassing ones I subscribed to was it was also art related. It was a color mix. It was a color mixer subscription where it would tell you if you mix these ratios of paints, like real life oil paints, like it will create this color in your image. So like you could input like a photo that you were trying to do like a study of, and it would tell you in what ratios you need to mix. It was super helpful for this one painting, like this one oil painting I was doing in my sketchbook, because I just couldn't figure out how to mix these colors to create like this really specific green. And I was like, okay, I'm going to cancel it after. And I swear to God I did, but I didn't. I swear to God I did, but I didn't. I just imagined it. Yeah, I paid for that for a embarrassingly long time. Embarrassingly long. He's going to get overdrafted. Thankfully, not overdrafted. Thankfully. I actually 2026 has been the year of change, okay? Okay. I to defend myself, to right the scales, to rebalance things. To be fair to myself, I actually made an effort to go through like my PayPal, my bank account, all of my subscription stuff, and just cancel everything at the beginning of the year. The only one I didn't was Duolingo, which I actually wanted to get a subscription to anyway, so that was fine. So in general, I've been I've been trying to be better about it, and it's been going all right so far. You know, we live and we learn. Okay? As long as you don't keep making the mistakes, I feel like it's fine. Or as long as you're making some incremental improvement. You know, progress is progress, right? Right, guys? I say desperately, pleading at you like the the cat in Shrek. Right, guys? Right? I'm just crying. Right, guys? So in that. No, I'm not. I'm okay. The fact that you need to defend yourself over subscriptions. Yeah. Can a boy not live? God forbid a boy have a little God forbid a boy have a little subscriptions, okay? God forbid. It's too bright. Oh, that's not the blender I like. That's the blender I like. I'm really tempted to learn Blender. I feel like it's coming really soon. I feel the itch. I've had it a few times and I've resisted, but I feel like it's coming. I saw someone making low poly models of their original characters, and I was like, oh, I could do that. I could maybe learn to do that. There's something so charming about like those really low polygon models from like the retro PS2 era. Oh, love them, fucking love them. Oh, there's actually a great artist who her paintings are so convincing. They kind of look like 3D models, and then, unless you kind of like really look at them, and then you see some of like the brush strokes. I forget her name, but yeah, I'm kind of tempted to try some of that stuff. I feel like I'm in a nice kind of experimental phase of like being really open for the first time in a long time to like try new things. And everything I've been trying has been going really well, which is nice. I've just been feeling very positive. There's so much negativity around in terms of art. Sometimes when you go on YouTube, it's like, how to fix your mistakes, how to draw every day, you're not drawing enough. And it's like, Jesus Christ, man. Can we not just like enjoy the process? I feel like it's also outcome driven. And I'm trying to get out of that a little bit. Yeah, I know it's like a bit of a cliche, but it's like there's that saying like if you have a hammer, every problem looks like a nail. And I sometimes it was I was listening to a piece by Savannah Brown, who's a great writer. And she was saying that she had a skin condition, or like a skin flare up kind of over the summer or something. And that every time she looked in a mirror, she was looking for a problem to do with her skin, and looking for a solution to that problem. So it was like looking for blemishes when she was looking in the mirror, and then looking for products that would like get rid of those blemishes. It really stayed with me. I've been thinking about it quite a lot actually, but I feel that a little bit with art, where I do feel like there is this temptation to be really like I don't know. It's such an artist thing to be like really self-critical. I don't know why so many of us lean that way, me included. I don't know. I've just been in a much more positive place with it recently, and just enjoying the process. Like, I don't know. It's a privilege to get to do this. Yeah. And it's also like I don't know. If you're just like focused on you're just focused on the brushstrokes instead of like the whole thing. Like all art is just like moving your hand, really, I think. It's just like just moving your hand in particular ways. It doesn't need to be all of the other stuff. It can be, but it doesn't always have to be. I don't know. Whether this Sephiroth piece turns out good or bad, like the sun is gonna come up tomorrow. You know what I mean? Like it's not the end of the world. It's lines on a not even on a real page, on a digital page. Like it's chill. It's fine. Okay. I'm into you. I'm into you. The problem with watching like reels is I get so many songs stuck in my head now. So many songs. Ooh, I like that. Yeah, I like that. I feel that way with like really out there, you stole my OCs. Like it's all just shapes, guys. Which is funny because I messaged you the other day of being like, this person stole your OC. They stole them! They stole them. But yeah, you're right. It is all just shapes. It is all just shapes. We can take it too seriously. Actually, Ninka was there. Ninka was there when that happened. We were out in Utrecht, I think. And I was like, look at this. Isn't that suspicious? Isn't that sus? But yeah, it's all just shapes. You right. Of course you're right. Yeah. I think like so much of art is being inspired by other people, of like borrowing a thing from here, borrowing a thing from there, doing something because it like made you, like it resonated with you. Like it's so cool to be in a continuity. Like this thing I'm doing right now, people have been doing forever. Like we have paintings on cave walls that date back thousands of years. And you know, it's like someone saw that stuff on those cave walls, and that inspired someone else, and that inspired someone else, and that inspired someone else, and these things build up and they build up and they build up. And then someone subverts one thing, and then someone else like subverts that, and then you have like art movements, like you have like all of like the Enlightenment artists, or like the medieval artists, then you have like the modernists, the postmodernists, the romantics, like the modern artists. It's cool to be a drop in that river that just keeps flowing. And to pass it forward as well. That's one thing I feel like is really cool. I feel like the only reason I can paint like this is because so many people put out so many free resources online, and I just like consume them rapidly throughout. I mean, like I could draw before, like I could, but like I really learned painting during COVID. Paintings on cave walls of Mickey. It's more likely. It's more likely than you'd think. He's been there since the beginning. I keep zooming in on this part because I know I need to do the hand at some point. I just can't be fucked. I just can't be arsed right now. Hands are so interesting. And I also think a little annoying sometimes. They're so infinitely changeable, I find. And it is very easy to make them look wrong with like one out of shape, one like tiny finger that's like the wrong proportion, one angle that's a little strange. So I always kind of put them off in my drawings. But I will get around to it eventually. It's Friday. Like we're allowed to be chill. We're allowed to just do some nice rendering on this cape. Now let's do the underside. I may have made this a little bit of a problem for myself. What's this? We can use this. I might have gone a little too dark on this side. And the problem with that is if you go too dark on one part and then you need to go darker on something else, then you need to like start like reworking stuff, and that can be a little tedious. But the reason I need to go darker over here is because this is like the underside of the like garment, and so that's where all of the shadow is going. So if you imagine, obviously like this side much brighter because it's got the shadow from it's got the light from the environment, and it's got the bounce light from the stars and stuff. Then this side much darker because it's in shadow, but then this part it should be even darker, because or at least the part most to the right should probably be the darkest point of the painting. So we're gonna figure that out. I would upvote your cave drawing of Sephiroth. Thank you. What would an upvote be in a Caveman Times? What's the real word for Caveman Times? Is it oh, I know this. It's like on the tip of my tongue. Neolithic? Is that the word? Neolithic? I should know that. I wonder what an upvote would be. Maybe just literally drawing an arrow underneath. No, I feel like we can come up with something better. And that's my challenge to you. You guys. I gotta focus on this painting. Right. So since we're using our understanding of form, and we're understanding this part should be lighter than this part, we are just going to use an airbrush to kind of lighten that up a little bit. As a beginner artist, you're often told not to use the airbrush, which is very true. I think you want to be able to define edges, which is just gonna improve your art a lot. But if you kind of know what you're doing and you use it sparingly, the airbrush is obviously a great tool. So I went in a little heavier than I needed to. I'm just gonna adjust that with the kind of opacity meter. I like that. It's interesting to go back to an old piece that you haven't quite finished and see your progress as an artist, because I started this I think beginning of last year or sometime during last year. It might have even been before that. It might have been end of 2024. Either way, like at least roughly a year ago. But I can already see like I understand values a lot better than I did back here. I think I often like went in too dark. But the nice thing is, because I know that I can fix those things. One thing I think people often worry about with art is like making a mistake, which is like why we become like reliant on like the undo button, or why we often use a lot of layers. Obviously that's not the only reason. Sometimes layers are just like the most efficient way to work, especially if you're working for clients or doing commissions and stuff, or if that's just like the process you prefer. But I sometimes do think you can use layers out of fear, because you're like, I don't want to mess up this part of this character. But I think it can be nice, at least if you're anything like me, to gain confidence by taking some of those safety things away, of being like, yeah, I messed it up, but actually, like, I'm a good enough artist to be able to like fix it pretty fast if I want to. And just having that knowledge is personally like I think really cool, and like a nice place to be in, knowing like yeah, if I overwork this, or if I kind of completely mess up this thing, I can just go over it, and I can just do it again, and I can just fix it. Yeah. Long time ago, I'd say. Scribble a thumbs up. Okay. I had a conversation with my one of my friends, Mikhail, recently. I hope he doesn't mind me speaking about this, but he's an artist, and just he came to a breakthrough that I found interesting. God, I've been speaking so much about this, but it's been super on my mind this year. So I hope you'll forgive me. But he was like just like working so hard to try to get better at painting. And we had a conversation about it, about like wanting to improve in terms of his like technical skill in terms of art and stuff. And in that conversation, it wasn't me at all. It was just the process of speaking out loud to someone else. Because I think often like we kind of keep a lot of our own insecurities or just thoughts in general like in our own heads. Sometimes when you just speak them out loud, you can start like putting things together and kind of solving some of the things. I think that's what happened when we had a conversation, because he was talking about like how hard it was for him to get better at painting. And then we were talking about what his art inspirations were like, what kind of place he wanted to get to with his art. And while we were looking through those examples, Mikhail was like, wait, none of the artists that I like render. Like they use flat colors mostly. And then he was like, wait, I don't maybe I don't have to maybe I don't have to get good at painting. Maybe I just yeah. Which feels so obvious, but it's interesting how often we like run before we can walk, and we just skip past the obvious things. I've done it where I'm like, oh, I wish my art was more like this, and then I don't do it. And turns out, who would have thunk it? Turns out the secret is just do it then. Crazy, I know. I saw a thing while I was setting up the stream, where it was like do you want to simultaneously like broadcast on like regular streaming on YouTube, but at the same time do you also want to do like the YouTube Shorts stream, like where it's like vertical and stuff, and you can do them both at the same time. And I was like, and then I clicked on it because it was like, don't worry, we'll automatically like crop in your video or whatever. And it was just showing like a slice of the screen, like truly like the tiniest part, and I was like, you wouldn't be able to see like anything I was doing. I don't know. I don't think that feature was made for artists. I don't really know who that feature is made for, because like I was trying to imagine, like, if you're playing a game and the game is vertical, oh sorry, the game is like horizontal, seeing just like a third of the screen doesn't sound like a fun doesn't sound like a fun experience. Everyone's really pushing the short form stuff. My god. God, it's already been 2 hours. Sometimes when I just lock in terms of art, like I can just lose track of time. Happens so easily to me. God, what am I doing in terms of all of this? I forget. Oh, I remember now. I was having this problem. Yeah. Me and Nico were talking about this earlier. But he has such like weird cartoony proportions that it's almost like it's weird putting him in poses because it feels like he's not really meant he's meant to just like stand and talk. It's very strange putting him in like these dynamic poses and making it feel right. We're gonna figure it out. It just might take a second. Might take a few attempts. Because his arms aren't that long. They're like very short. So if he's like doing a cool like bend thing, where's that arm length coming from? So maybe it's more like that. That looks a little weird. Well, we can always put something in and then fix it later. I guess that's one of the nice things about painting. And something is better than nothing. But yeah, very, very strange working with Mickey Mouse's anatomy. Maybe he had an arm extension surgery. Maybe Goofy gave it to him. The Keyblade King. Yeah, I actually love Mickey Mouse's design in Kingdom Hearts 3 with I have a little model of it on my desk. With the like leather jacket. It's so Final Fantasy. It actually delights me. Yeah, I think the legs are too long. So I'm gonna do I want to move it up? Yeah, I want to move it a little bit like this. Okay, time for a little flip. It's a horrible feeling, but it's always important to flip the canvas. You never know what you're gonna get. Actually, I don't hate that. I think his head is not in the right place, maybe. The arm is definitely, this arm is going a little crazy. But yeah, people have been flipping their canvases for hundreds of years actually. What people would used to do is when they were finished an oil painting for a day, they would turn their canvas upside down, and then they would come back into like their studio and look at it upside down, and that would be like the first way they saw it in the morning, and it would just help them understand like different values or like that proportion looks out of place, that kind of thing. Just coming again, like it's a real theme today. We keep coming back to it. But yeah, nothing is technically different when you flip a canvas. The difference is you. And what you're doing in that moment is you're forcing yourself to have a mindset shift. Like, everything in the painting is exactly the same, it's just flipped the other way around. You're the one who's changed, your perspective has changed. And yeah, that's the thing I can't recommend enough when doing art, is just work on your ability to see things and your ability to come at things from different perspectives. It's a very, very, very helpful skill. Where's the keyblade? I think I'm going to move the keyblade up, and then I'm just going to crunch everything else together. Because I'm pretty confident that the keyblade is mostly going to stay in the same place. And then we will select this, we'll go bam. And that will make it just a little bit easier for me to work on Mickey Mouse. Insane. Maybe I'll just quickly do these laces. I think it's fun when you have so much going on in a painting. We have like a background, you have lighting, you have different characters, you have different objects. It feels like there's always something new to work on, which I guess admittedly does sometimes feel daunting, but more often than not it feels quite exciting. It's like, oh, I get to work on this now. Oh, I get to work on this now. Oh, I get to work on this now. I get to figure out all of these things. And no matter what, I always feel like when I'm painting, at least one thing I'm doing in the painting is something I've never done before, or something I've never painted before, and I get to like figure it out and build up my visual library, which is really cool. So yeah, just blocking in these laces. Might change them later. I had like this rough sketch of like where they were going to be, and I don't have to be beholden to that sketch if I don't want to, but it looks good enough for right now. One thing I don't like actually about about Kingdom Hearts is sometimes especially in was it Kingdom Hearts 2? Maybe it was in Kingdom Hearts 1, I can't remember actually. Is the cloud design change. I don't know what was going on with that. I know that's not even a hot take, like a lot of people feel that way, but like what was happening? I feel like Cloud is such like a fan favorite, iconic video game design. It's like nothing was wrong with it. Why has he got a wing now? I don't even hate it. I just think it's kind of funny. But it's weird. Actually, the shadow wouldn't extend that far. It only extend over here. I mean, the light wouldn't extend that far. Light over here. Actually, some of the light even might be a little bit more towards, yeah. Well, maybe even further. I forgot I had kind of an underpainting as well. In which case I can go to my background and just paint over that. Cool. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's actually directly from the game. When you hit stuff in Kingdom Hearts, like stars explode out. And in kind of like the original game, they were kind of quite bright yellow, if I remember correctly. Then Kingdom Hearts 3, they were like these beautiful kind of glowing light. Yeah. Cool. So, because they're kind of glowing, they will cast a little light. It's like too bright, which I know. Although I do like that. Oh, I'm gonna leave that and I'm gonna do another layer. Happy little accident. I really like that. Okay. Just gonna do something like that. Maybe a little bit. Ooh, maybe a little bit over here. There we go. Just subtle. Turn that right down. Do I want to do any color dodge? That was way too bright. Kind of liked how it was. About there we go. also have like this black kind of bar that runs down them. So it's like interesting. It kind of goes across and then back. I think it's even wider than that. I see it comes across too, and then oh, it's a weird shape. Not sure I like the colour, but it's good to block it in. Oh, interesting. It also looking more. I'm actually like focused a little bit on the reference now. It also like stops like that. Interesting. Weird shape. I do like the shape of it though. At least on the right foot. Kind of breaks up the shape in a nice way, I think. Now, also the trouser needs to go into kind of grayscale at the bottom. So what I'm going to do is going to change this to color should work. No, is that the wrong way to do it? I think what I need to do is change this to color. Aha! This part of the pants is like grey-black checkerboard. I might even make it all of this. Yeah, I like that more. That kind of feels a little bit more naturalistic. And then, because in the reference it actually bunches into it, so it's like almost like they're two pieces of fabric that are kind of woven together. Oh. Firstly, let's merge. Do we commit to it? Do we like it? Do we like it? Do we like it? It's also, this is Okay, it's not completely grey. It's a bit more purple. Not that purple. Oh, maybe that. Okay, we can work with that. We can work with that. Trying to decide what bit I want to work on next. My Duolingo shouting at me. What are we gonna do now? Could work on. I can keep rendering stuff off. creep to your heart. Drink the poison too. Right. Wait. Silly. Render on the wrong layer. Nice to get some color variation on.